Okay, so hello everyone, welcome to part 2. So for part 2 we're going to focus on the rest of the face. Like I said, we've done majority of the work on this. There's still very fine details left to be done, but I'm going to do that for a separate part. So we're going to work on these pieces here. So the jaw, the cheek, underneath the chin here. And these are quite basic, so it should go quickly. So maybe even in this part we can do parts of the ear, and maybe do parts of the ear and then leave the tack separate, but we'll see. We'll go from there. So to begin with, I'm obviously going to start with my 2H, and I'm going to start in this area right over here, and then we're going to work our way up. So yeah, let's get to it. So obviously we worked on the other side of this. Now we're going to work on this side of this. So with my 2H, I'm going to map out the basic forms of this little section here. And basically where the shadows will go and the highlights. So this is going to be our little road map. And then also just keep mindful for what's going on underneath, so that what you do on top, this is not as important, quite as important, but definitely for these parts it was. But always just keep mindful of the structures that go to the other side of the tack. So yeah, this should be quick because not much detail going on here. More up in this part here in the front. So soft pressure. We don't want to do too much just yet. So for the highlighted areas, I'm either going to leave them blank or just like softly like sketch over them, but not add too much pencil. Just gonna blend that out using any old blending stump. You can even use cotton bud, piece of tissue wrapped around a finger, that could also work. So I'm gonna take my let's take B pencil. I'm gonna take my B pencil, just need to sharpen it up a bit. Oh, I need to get a new sharpener. This one is absolutely doesn't always work as well as you would like it to. So I'm just going to reinforce what I did with my 2H for the shadows. And this will look harsh in the beginning, but that's completely normal. So I'm just going to work on this little gap here. So it becomes, but it's not as dark as you might want to think it's dark, but you're going to keep it the same tone. So when we go in with our last details, we'll really be trying to match the tone throughout underneath the tack, and that might be sometimes a bit difficult, especially with all the tack and the separate sections. You kind of lose it when you're working in this section. You type ways of drawing, but I quite like it. It really separates it for you, and it's not just this blank face in front of you that you need to fill. I like the tack or a halter or something to break it up, and I think it gives it more dynamic. So I'm just going back in with my 2H. So I didn't do much with the B pencil there. It's not much to do just yet. Now we're just blending that out. Now I'm actually going to go in with something else. I'll just find what, looking for my 3B pencil. No, there you go. I just dumped them all out of the bag, so they're not as organized as they normally are. So I'm just going to take my 3B pencil, and we're just going to continue on doing what we've been doing. So I'm not yet actually defining these little wrinkles too much just yet. It seems like it, but there's still lots of building up around it to do. So we're not going in yet with just such a fine pencil, fine point, and really not deepening it up just yet. So I'm actually gonna, yeah, with a bit actually goes into the mouth, just gonna add more pressure there and darken it up quite a bit. There we go. And we still need to work on the bit, so it looks odd and out of place now, but there's still some things around it that needs to be worked on. I'm going to take my 2H pencil and quickly I'm going to blend this out with my 2H pencil. So there are some shadows and the wrinkles, starting to notice them, starting to include them when we're going over the highlighted areas. And there's some fine little details there as well, little wrinkle details, but that can be added later on with a darker pencil and a fine point. Now we just want to get our base down. Blend that out. I'm going in with my B pencil again. And we're just gonna lightly go over this area and darken it up. So there's actually not a harsh shadow under the metal part of the bits under the, don't know my bits that well, but the straight thingy. I should probably know my bits, but I don't. Bits aren't fascinating. So many of them, yeah, anyways. So I'm actually going to go in with my 3B pencil over that and darken it up even more. There we go, blend, blend, blend. Actually gonna take my Putty Eraser. We're just gonna add in that highlight over there. There's not much highlights going on in this little bit, and then just clean up, sharpen up this bit piece, as well as down here. Now I'm actually gonna take something even darker. If I can find what I'm looking for, here we go. Sharpen it up a bit more. There. I actually need to see what this one is, because it's in this little extender here. Oh, it's a 5B. I thought you were 5B. Just gonna sharpen it up. So there's not actually a definite shadow line on the side, so I'm not going to add it in, but there is a shadow line for the nose band, so I'm going to add that in. Start here, so very lightly, not so much pressure, maybe adding in a little bit of those little fine line details, but not too much. Here we go. So that line there is too defined. This one right here, there's a defined little corner there, defined little corner there, but it's not really that, it doesn't extend like that, like a little square, it doesn't square off. So I'm just going to amend that, and lightly, there we go, that's better. Just continuing on with my 5B, slight shadow there, gonna add it in, and then continue on the shadows. So what you're looking for, I'm paying attention to shapes, negative spaces. That will help you kind of figure out what you're looking at. Yes, it's a wrinkle, but it's also just some random shape really. Taking my 3B and just blending in over here. I might lighten this up a little bit with my Putty Eraser, but so far Yeah, I definitely might lighten it up a bit because it looks a bit odd here now. But since we're going in with soft pressure, that's not really a problem, now is it? I think this noseband might actually be too thick. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, it's gonna be difficult to correct, but I think with some nifty little shapes, so obviously if yours looks fine, you don't have to fiddle around with it. But I might also define it more underneath here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna quickly just fix this. There we go. Blend, blend, blend. So you might sometimes notice things like that. That's completely normal. It's completely fine. And the steps I take is to ensure that I'll be able to correct anything or amend anything as I go along. That's why I like to do final details right at the end for things like this that can happen. So yeah, B pencil now. Just gonna take this in a bit. Oh, there we go. So nothing's ever really a train smash. Oh, I need to get something to put under my hand because I'm smudging everything. This is not good. This is not good at all. Got myself some smudge proof paper. Let's continue on. So I'm going to take my Putty Eraser and I'm quickly just going to lighten up this area ever so slightly, not completely erase it. I'm not that unhappy with it. But just you dab it. Just dab, dab, dab. And then we go on. And I'm going to take my mono eraser. Just quickly clean up underneath here. There we go. Take my 5B again and just very precisely, not too hard, draw in that shadow line. Take my 5B again. We're only going to darken up the contours now. So it's sometimes a little more difficult to get what seemingly flat shadows or flat values to really work. I sometimes find that a bit more difficult than the really highly detailed areas, because you really got to blend it, make sure it works. I'm just putting in that little shadow there for the ridge very lightly with my 5B. we're just gonna work in that little darkness for that little wrinkle, and for this one, and the little shadow that goes up there. There we go. So the shadow line should be distinct, but not completely out of place. That can be quite difficult to just not make it line. It's constantly blending it and fiddling with it and trying to get it right, just right. There we go. I'm going to take my blending stump and just blend slightly this highlight in, and this one as well. Even more here. There we go. I'm going to take my 3B pencil and just run it through here. It looks odd now because nothing else around it is filled in. The white makes it look even starker and out of place than it actually is. So generally, if I wasn't doing the tutorial, I would work my way through everything, but I think to be more put parts in boxes this way is much easier to explain. There we go. So that beginning to edge layer is really helping, just so that it's not as harsh and really blends it in. Take my blending stump. So just to help it out a bit, I'm going to go down here at the bottom and maybe finish it out a bit more. But just this top area. And I'm taking a 3B pencil for this. Just soft circular motions. Not too harsh. So there's some really fine details still here to put in, but we'll get to that. Take my blending stump, just blend that in ever so slightly. There we go. So now I'm going to move on to this inner circle here, very bland. Got some nice shadows around the bit. So just taking my 2H pencil, defining my sketch lines. Now I'm going to go in and fill it in. Since there's no real discernible contours or features, I'm just going to fill it all the same for now, for just a little base. For our foundation, I'm going to blend it out. Here. I'm going to take my mono eraser and just clean out the inside of the bit, as well as the tack pieces. And I'm going to take my 2H again and just refine the shapes, looking at the reference. Here. And just slightly, as you can see, there's a slightly starting to define some of the dark shapes. Here. Taking my 3B pencil, sketching in those shadow lines, soft pressure, not too much. I'm going to blend this area to look like the way it should in the reference. There's some areas of shadow that's been cast onto the skin. So there we go. So I'm just going to take a blending stump and blend that inwards. H pencil, and just also continue to blend that inwards. Slightly a bit more pressure than the first layer. Blend it again. Just gonna go in and clean up a bit more here. There we go. If you're going to keep areas white, just remember you're going to define the line on the one side, and you should also define the line on the other side. .3B pencil again, and we're just going to define it even more. I'm just even going to take it slightly into the bit. So as I draw it in, I'm just going to kind of blend it out with the pencil as well. To edge. Just with the areas where I put that 3B pencil. Blend it in again. Now I'm going to take my B pencil. We're just going to lightly go over the inside. Keeping the pencil quite flat, to not distribute too many harsh lines, make it too dark. There we go. Then I'm going to take my 5B pencil. I'm going to start really defining some of the more visible shadow lines. There we go. Just going to take my Tombow mono eraser just slightly here because it needs to dip about, needs to dip a bit more after the joint. There you go. Soft circular motions with the pencil. still 5B. There we go. Using the pointed edge. Mono eraser, just clean up this inside. If you're being more precise than me, you probably won't have to clean your tack as much as I do. 3B pencil. And we're just going to go on this side. Nice shadow there. It's not much to go by, but if you can see, there's slight little differences inside. Very subtle. If you miss it, I really don't blame you. But I always try to, if something looks flat, I always try and see maybe is there a subtle difference I'm missing. Sometimes you won't notice it instantly. Sometimes only when you come back to a drawing you'll notice it. 5B pencil again. And if I do see a subtle difference, I might make it more prevalent than the reference. Just so that when the viewer does view your drawing, they'll be able to see that it's not just some random patch of grey in the middle of the bit. Darken up the shadow line even more than I had it. There we go. And you'll see what I'm talking about, subtle little contours. There's this little darker area, then there's a highlight in the middle, very subtly, and then it's dark again with the shadow line. It goes around like this, and then obviously this little half moon is dark, and then it's slightly highlighted here, right over here, and there's this little ridge that moves across here. So very subtle. Won't blame you if you miss it. Blink and you'll miss it. Yeah. So just blend that out again. I'm gonna take my Putty Eraser and I'll make it a little bit more prevalent. Teensy pinch bit. It's probably gonna take off more than I wanted to. Just dab it on. You might be able to see what I mean. So it's definitely the highlighted ridge contour that goes up from this wrinkle over to here, and then obviously there's one that's going down here. So this is still kind of a corner of the mouth highlight that's working around in this area. Very subtle, extremely subtle. There we go. So I'm just gonna do it like that. I don't know, yeah, you can pick it up on camera, so that's good. So I'm just going to take my 2H, just blend around that little highlighty area we have created. 5B pencil again. There's this quite shadow that reaches up here. There we go. Slightly over the erased bits. Ever so slightly. There we go. So I'm going to keep it at that. Some of it looks harsher than it is because stuff's not filled in around it. So we're going to move on to this bit over here. So this is underneath of the jaw. So 2H pencil, you know the drill by now. There's some more going on here, but it's still very, you can call it flat. It's not detail rich. It's more just tones and values that you're looking at. I can also define my sketch lines and refine them if needed. See what I've been doing here. And then I'm gonna obviously clean it up in the middle. Now we're gonna define the other side. There we go. So that's why I'm more sketchy in my initial stages of drawing out the drawing, because when I go in to actually work on that area, I define it as I go along. Then I define it even more, refine it as well. Sometimes I'll adjust it, not always, but sometimes. So I'm not too soft pressure here. Filling it in, because this is actually the darker area of the throat. This is the shadow. Just fill that in. And after this little steppy with the 2H, I am going to, so there is a highlight that runs. I'm going to kind of keep it like that. So, but I will be blending over it and then going in with the mono eraser later to define it again. So for the darker shadow areas, I'm going in with the slightly bit more pressure than we normally do for our initial base layer. There we go. And then I'm just going to blend it out here. Still dark on the underside here. And I'm just going to blend it out since this is more highlighted. There you go. Take my blending stump. Blend out what I just did. Go over the highlighted parts or the parts that are left white. They'll still be visible, but they won't be white. No longer. Taking my mono eraser, I'm just going to clean up where I want to keep things white. And in the process, I'm obviously removing grid lines, so forth, so forth. There we go. I'm gonna go in with my B pencil, and we're just gonna start defining the shadow area even more. So sometimes if you go with the B pencil quite close to the H pencil you just use, it won't seem as dark as it normally would. Especially when you go in with a bit more pressure with the 2H. So just like here, I went in with more layers of 2H in the beginning, so it came out a bit softer. It wasn't harsh initially. Just defining everything. Softer pressure as I go into a more highlighted area. Here. There's a bit more shadow. So the tack around it is quite a good reference point if you want to know how big the shadow is, or where it starts or where it goes. So just use that as well. So I'm actually going to jump now directly to my 5H. Not 5H, 5B. I've got H stuck in my head for some reason. Soft pressure for now. And we're just actually gonna use more of a defined edge here at the bottom. Because it's defined and then it kind of blends out. To a softer shadow down at the bottom cheek here. So that gives it the depth and a shape. So it's not just all one shade of shadow. So just be mindful of that as well. Of the subtleties. So this bottom part is really going to teach subtlety in shadows and subtlety in what's seemingly flatter areas. Just good practice. Especially when I maybe start venturing into backgrounds that are a bit more blurred out. And then really having that blend between dark to light really helps. Go back to the top, just deepen it more with this 5B pencil. Kind of using itself to blend out its other layers. Here we go. Softly go over this highlight. As you can see instantly, the piece where we had actual pencil as a base, it instantly becomes darker. So it will be a lot difficult more to blend it, but you've got that reference point. And then if I go in over top, I can easily blend out that line, which is what I'm actually going to do because it's actually not a line that's supposed to be there. And I'm just taking a mono eraser over the top. Then I'll blend it out. 5B pencil still. There we go. So I'm actually going to use the pointed side and define this edge of the bit. There we go. Just make sure that it lines up and that you're not making it smaller than it actually was. There we go. We're just going to blend all of this out. Blend underneath here as well. Take my mono eraser, just clean up my tack and my bit. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna take my 5B pencil, just gonna sharpen it up. And we are going to deepen up this area even further, as well as this area over here. So these parts are going to go by quite quickly. So yeah, we aren't completing it fully. Like I said, we're doing the basics, getting the majority of it done, and then in the end, once we've got everything filled in, we'll have a better idea of where something maybe needs to go darker or lighter, maybe an area needs more detail. So yeah, that's just the thought process on why I don't complete areas completely 100%. Just so that if something needs to change, it's a lot easier when it's not fully done. So it's not dark all the way to the edge. Do it up top here. This is not as dark as this area over here. I'm definitely going to go in with something a little bit darker as well. Even more punchier, like a 9B, just to reinforce that area. Take your blending stump and we're just going to blend these two areas together using a bit more pressure. If you maybe have a sharper line between maybe a certain area that was darker, like I have, just use more pressure to blend it out. I'm going to blend over these highlights as well. Okay. I'm going to take something a bit darker. You're going to take a 9B. And we're going to be just more in this area, soft pressure, because you don't actually need a lot of it to make a discernible difference. Gets the job done quite quickly, as you can see. And the layers really just help that you don't need a lot of pressure to really get the difference you need. I mean, if you want to go in straight away with an 9B, you can. I just think that doesn't leave any doors open for you if you make a mistake. So the layers just save your butt if you suddenly come back one day and like, oh no, it's not supposed to look that way. So just take your blending stump. And this just gives you more time to really get your act together and really make a decision on the direction you're going, or if you're really sure about your placement, about certain things, especially if you're going in more freehand. It just gives you time to maybe adjust things as you go along, which I think we all need a bit of time, because artists, I sometimes as well can be a little bit indecisive sometimes. Some pieces I know, no problems, just get the job done. Other times it takes a bit more effort. Take 2H. I'm just going to go softly around the edges for this, just to define it. Also over some of the darker areas. Just to blend it in even more. Now in the end I'll go in with more fur related detail. I'm still not sure if I want to go heavily with fur details as maybe the front of the face that's more in the sun, in the lights. So I'm still maybe a few, depends, but we'll get there. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. There we go. So now I'm going to move on to this little area over here. It's going to be the same principle. There's more light filtering through. You're going to have to be more conscious of what's going on here. Like for instance, this contour goes on over here, and there's a small little highlighty piece over here and here and here. So just, I'm going to incorporate this as well into the side. Start over here, go over here, and then the fur detail becomes more prevalent over here because it's got more light shining onto it. So for these areas I might not be as detailed with fur, but we'll definitely start adding the fur details once we get up to this area. Not so much underneath here, but definitely at the top here. It's definitely more in your face, like okay, something's happening, but that's just because it's in the light. Yeah, so we might just leave this, work on it a bit more when we start working on the rest of it. I'm completing it. Maybe add a slight bit of texture, but not a lot, like maybe in these highlighted areas with a bit of a mono eraser, and over here as well. But this is definitely going to be more detailed than this because this is in the shadow and you don't need a lot of detail in the shadow. So yeah, we're going to start with our regular little process. Going to start with a 2H. And I'm also just going to start, so you're going to continue on with this contour down here. It's dark here, so I'm not going to spend too much time. There's absolutely no detail in this little corner, so I'm just going to quickly bang it out. Also just maybe defining this tack. There we go. So I'm going to go straight in with the darker pencil here because I know there's not much, it's small area. There are definitely certain areas where I do break my rule of a lot of layers, like areas like this, where it's small, you know it's dark, it's not detailed, there's not a lot going on. There's a slight highlight right here, but that's easy to take out with the mono eraser. Also goes in a bit here to the highlights, but we're going straight in with our 5B pencil. Going to define this corner over here. Obviously when you start doing the tack it will look more integrated and not as odd. I didn't even blend this 2H layer down here because it's just not necessary for this. Not going in with hard pressure, slight pressure. Here we go. There's a dark corner over here as well. The reason I'm not going in with hard pressure just yet because there is a slight highlight. Slight, can't really call it a highlight, it's just something happening. So I'm building up the darkness. Might as well just complete this little area over here as well. To etch, use this to blend out. I'm gonna clean up those edges. In just a moment, quickly just complete this little one. Make sure that it connects on all sides to what you added. Just clean up over here. Go and clean up over there and up top here. So this is not as dark as that. And it's more slight in the range over here. Sometimes very difficult to get the same tone when there's something that separates the same area. 5B pencil. And there's not really much going on here. It's just lighter going down to the edge of the draw. To etch. Not a lot of pressure, using a flatter edge of the pencil, not the sharp edge or the pointed edge. Blending some, just blend up top here as well. Going down here. Clean up tacking edge. Tacking edge. 5B pencil. And I'm also going to go in with a 9B just so that it all kind of starts with the same layer and ends with the same layer. Just dark up top here, but there's a slight highlight. Not as much. I'm going to keep it in the same tone as the edge of the draw on this side. Quite happy with that. Then we're just going to go in with a 9B, very slight pressure, not a lot. Circular motions, small ones. There you go. I'm quite happy with that. Now we go on to this area over here, 2H. I'm gonna first define these tack edges. Now, it should be noted that whatever dark line is on this tack edge, it's not necessarily on the skin, it's the actual tack, so I won't be putting in a dark line there, only once we start putting in the tack details. This one over here I might just put in a line. It's not as defined, it's definitely the tack edge, but here's more a shadow down here that goes onto the skin. So now I'm just paying more attention to the tack, the edges of it. I'm gonna erase middle parts. There you go. And we'll define the tack more once we start working on it. This is just so that we have a clean, defined area for the shading of the fur and the face. First going to put down a solid base, and then we'll go in with the 2H again after the blending stage and put in the contours. So quite loose, sketchy, don't need to fill in the whole thing, using the flatter side of the pencil just to not make marks in the paper. You can do it in circular motions or just up down motions, whatever floats your boat. Blending some, just blend it in. Don't need pressure, I mean this blends quite easily. There we go. I'm going to take my 2H again. And we're just going to start adding in areas. That are a bit darker. And use the tack as reference if you want to know where the contour starts and where it ends. So I'm constantly looking up in this stage. Using small up down motions, sketching it out. Using this as reference for this contour here. And then it goes to the corner here. There's a slight, just gonna fill it in, there we go. So it's very slight, it's not in your face a line. We're just building on up on what we've added. I'm going to take my blending stump again, and then just blend, also blend between where it ends, just into the area where we didn't add more pencil, just so that it's not a harsh line, but you can definitely see the contours. Now I'm going to take a B pencil, and we're just going to do the exact same thing, building up on what we did, and constantly just defining the area as well. There's not much shadows going on underneath over here, so I'm going to keep it, try not to make it too, not give it a line per se. Yeah, obviously the shadow is actually the tack itself, so dark edge on the tack, so I'm not going to add anything there as well. I'm not going to add anything over here either, just define that loose edge. There we go. So soft circular motions, we're just going through and just deepening up. Go, take a blending stump, just blend it again. Now I'm going to go straight in with my 5B pencil. Soft, not really soft, but small circular motions. But we're still just adding the base values, not really looking at the details that's going on in this area just yet. So if you notice, there's this little contour here, and it aligns with this one here at the top. It also kind of extends, makes like this little, it's like concave, yeah, the one that dips in, kind of. So it does help when you know the anatomy of the animal you're drawing, kind of studying it, know where it dips, where it folds, bone structure. I mean, I've been around horses for actually half my life, no, yeah, more than half my life, so I know them quite well. So that does help if you may be drawing something new. I mean, horses do have some complex bone structure, ups and downs, and when you start adding veins and tack and everything, it gets quite complicated. But actually knowing the face does help quite a lot what's going underneath, and then you kind of can be intuitive about it. And when maybe something's not clear, you can kind of add it or deepen it or darken it. So I didn't take the pencil too much up here because there is a highlighter there, same with this one. Not completely the same shape as it's going to end up in, but and we're just keeping this all the same value. Slight highlight over here and in here, but that's we're going to add now. There you go. Take blending stump. And we're just going to blend, blend, blend. I'm going to take my 5B again. We're going to start in this corner over here. Take more the pointed edge. And we're going to start defining areas even more. So I'm just soft circular motions, very small circular motions, just blending out into the face. And I'm just going to take my blending stump and blend it out even more. Take it right up to the edge. Okay. Over here as well, it's a bit darker. Take the pointed edge. Just start adding a few lines of detail. It's very subtle, it's very soft. I mean, it's not as detailed as the front of the face or this part up here, but it's getting there. We'll also be going in a bit with the mono eraser, which we haven't done for these lower parts just yet. The lines of the fur aren't as, or the direction of the fur aren't as visible, but you can kind of see with the contours of the face of which way they are going. Take your blending stump and just blend, blend, blend. I'm going to be taking my mono eraser now and just kind of help out with some of the details because it's quite soft at the moment. Take your mono eraser. We're going to start over here. You can take mono eraser, a piece of eraser that you cut up, normal eraser, or your putty eraser, whichever floats your boat. Just going to add in some these little, it's very slight, so we are going to blend over top of it again, but it's very slight little details. But it's just going to help you reinforce what areas is more highlighted than others. And it's not actual, like, it's more like these little, looks like spots, really, because the fur is so short. So I'm going to take my 3B pencil and we're just going to continue on what we did with the 2H, defining a little bit of texture. It's not really fur detail, it's more, it's like this little grainy texture. We're going to make it into fur details. So we're just going to continue on. The most prominent details are here and here. In the middle it's like this, yeah, like I said, grainy. It's not really. So I put a nice point on my 3B. We're just going to use that to help define, allude to some texture, as there is not many. Go. Also darken up this area even a bit more. You can also use circular motions to create that grainy texture, which kind of helps if you leave it soft and blended. But that will mostly only work with the B pencils, since they're not hard, they're soft lead, so they don't fill the gaps always, so they leave these little white marks, which would help with the grainy texture. You can do that as well, as I did just now, and it kind of leaves this little, it's nice for the areas that aren't as prominently detailed. Just doing that. I'm just going to take this here, because the 2H kind of now left little marks. I'm just going to blend that in. hard pressure. There you go. So you just need to connect all your little contours, not leave certain areas highlighted because that will change the structure of the face. So be very mindful of that. If it's subtle, maybe filtered lights, and that's fine. But highlights and contours, if you don't get it right, you can change the structure and then it will look odd. So that's why it's so important. It will also help with if you get the depth wrong, or maybe it's too highlighted, then it looks odd or not organic, looks out of place. So, and also just to keep things moving across the face in the same direction. So just going to add a little highlight here. There we go. I'm going to take my 2H, just work those areas a bit more. Check that I like it. I'll take my 9B and just work on the darker areas a bit. Very soft pressure, circular motions, small short stubby circular motions. And this pencil will also help with a bit of the graininess feel. Go. I'm just going to take my mono eraser and just short like little spotty little marks. Certain areas. Just going to reinforce that texture a bit. Take your finger over it. Even in the highlighted areas you can add this little spotty texture. There we go. So now I'm going to move on to this part. So these are going quite quickly because it's not as detailed, and I kind of want to keep in the same level, not level, layers. Stop it kind of where we can go when we detail out this more, we can detail out everything together. And it's kind of on the same plane. We're working off the same step. Now we're going to move on to this over here. And this has some very nice shadows coming off from the tack. Very nice fur details. Some nice contours out. darkness over here, which we're going to work off from this little thing. So I'm just going to pull it out. There we go. So we're going to stay on this a bit more on this little area. And then this I'm going to think form part of the neck. So I'm going to do the ears next, and then we're going to start doing the tack. I want to do this whole area, neck and everything in one part, because it's, if I start with this now, then I'm going to have to start completing everything, and I don't want to do that because that's going to take a very long time. So that is the plan. So I'm going to take my 2H, I'm going to start right here at the top, and we're going to start detailing out the edges, which is quite simple. Because there's some very nice shadow details in this part of the cheek. Very nice shadow lines, everything is going on in this little part right here. And this is just a simple sweep. The throat lash. I'm going to also do the other side, just to see if I like the thickness of it. There you go. Take your mono eraser, just kind of clean up the inside. Here we go. So I'm going to also, same as this, make a flat base. And we're going to start here at the bottom because it's the easiest. Now I'm going to take a bigger blending stump because this is a big area. So I'm just going to blend this out. Make sure it's a flat base. You can use a smaller blending stump around the edges if you want to, but I don't always find that necessary. So the reason I'm just going out of it more than once is just because I want to have it flat, don't want to have any lines kind of peeking through. Just covering all the areas. There we go. I'm going to start with this area here at the bottom. I'm going to take my B pencil. No, I'm going to start with the 3B. So I'm going to take my 3B pencil. And it starts with this line over here, and then it just continues on to there. So this is quite dark. It's on the side cheek, so you want it to be, it kind of fades out and then goes in this curve, and that will allude to the cheek curve. So I'm just gonna use this 3B, go over the edges. I'll go over with the 2H just to define the edges even more. So if you look closely, it is highlighted slightly over here, down here, and in the middle here, so I want to keep that the same as well. Take your 2H pencil and we're just going to blend this out. Take your bigger blending stump, do the same. Go over the edges. Take your B pencil. We're just going to go over everything. The darker areas will go darker and we'll start defining. It's still dark highlights. It's just like these little peaks of the light. H. So with the final detail part, we'll go in with maybe a Putty Eraser or the Mono Eraser and just really define it even more. 3B pencil. Because then it will be easier, because then the tack will be filled in and we'll have their highlights to work off of or their shadows to work off of. So in the end, that will be much easier. Blending stump. Now I'm just going to take my B pencil, and you'll see over here it's also quite dark, The tack itself is also quite dark. Shadow. So I'm going to slowly build it up with the surrounding layers. Not adding fur detail yet, but still trying to blend in the direction the fur is going, so that if the pencil creates lines on the paper, then it will help with kind of the fur detail and won't make this random down stripe when the fur goes in this curve motion. Take your blending stump. Just blend over it. B pencil still. We're just working on this area for a little bit. Blend that out. Now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to map out these tack shadows. Okay. So we're going to start at the top here. So you'll see there's a very defined little triangle. So I'm going to start down here. So I'm just going to fill in the shadowed area. I'm going to keep the highlighted areas open. Use your tack as reference, so the top of the triangle is kind of in line with this middle of this little thing, and the edge is right at the top over here. And then we're just gonna fill in shadow, shadow, shadow. Okay, now it kind of bottoms out here, so I'm gonna look at something that's a bit more defined. So I'm going to look at the eye for my edge, and it kind of works in this like middle, slightly below the pupil. And it goes, so I'm going to make it there. This is not very precise. If you use your grid for this, you could have mapped this out with your grid, but note I didn't do that. There we go. There's little highlights in the shadow as well. I'm not going to put it in just yet. And then right at this corner, it like goes in. That's all highlighted area there. Comes in, and then this top part starts sweeping out right somewhere around here. Kind of bottoms out like that, and just ends right at the top of this little loop, tack loop. Okay, and then we're just gonna, there's a highlight right here at the bottom, but it's very slight, it's very small. Go. Let's start, so there's this little loopy area in the middle, so I'm just gonna top part slightly underneath here, so I'm eyeballing it, but using everything else as a reference. There we go. So this is all filled in shadow, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to fill it in. You can use a darker pencil for this, maybe a F pencil, but not this bottom is about So use your negative space as a reference for the shape of this little shadowy thingy majiggle. There's still detail in the shadows, but it's darker, so it's going to take some finesse to make it look organic. Shadows on top of the fur and not just random contours. There we go. Then we're going to add this contour down here. And there is a little highlight over here in this area, so I'm not going to fill that in. I'm going to go in with the B pencil now and just define it even more. Okay, so I'm just going to take my B pencil and we are going to continue on defining this shadows in the tack. So we're going to start right at the top here. So we're going to later on go nice and dark right here as well, because there's some nice shadows at the top. So whilst I'm using the B pencil, I'm just using it as well just to define all the edges, as we have been doing for the entire drawing so far. So I'm not yet putting in details. I'm just further adding to the base layers. And as you can see, the B pencil is not adding a lot of depth, which is nice. It's just helping define the shadows from the non-shadows. So I'm actually putting this line for the tack. So it's a lot darker down here, like it is at the top. So there's a lot of little, it's not really bumps, but just defined little areas. And we're just gonna as well just define them a little bit. take your blending stump. We're just going to kind of go where we added pencil. I'm going to take my 3B and we're just going to continue working on down here and then working our way up. I'm going to use like sketchy motions in this area, maybe some of the other areas as well. Down here at the bottom, maybe just to start adding in a bit of texture. Need to define out this line with the tack, but it doesn't continue up all the way. Start adding these shadows that are down here at the bottom. It's all very subtle shifts in values, in tones. So just not anything harsh, really blended. There we go. Going a lot softer here because it's not as dark as over there. So, because this is more in the light, you can see that once we get up in this little part. So I'm just using sketchy motions for like the furish details. Being very loose about it, not really thinking about it too much. Bit dark over here. Also a lot darker under here. So you see there's certain shadows are a bit darker depending on the closeness to the origin of the shadow. So this is a much darker line or area than over here. Very softly, just adding lines. I'm going to do it over here as well. So I'm just, for the sake of this drawing, I'm going to put in this text darker side. There we go. I'm actually going to take my F pencil, maybe put a better point on it than it currently has. There we are. and we're going to start. I'm going to take it here at the top. And with it, we're also going to start defining. I'm not going to go quite into this because there's some of the tack details that's important for that little area. So I'm just going to leave that alone. So up here, there's not a lot of detail. You can't really see it. It's really in the shadow. And then as soon as it kind of comes out of that shadow, it's starting to become visible. So I'm just going to put in, use this F pencil, put in lines, there we go. Darken this up even more. Really kind of finessing the shape a little bit more. Take my mono eraser. I'm just gonna swoop this point in. There we go. Short strokes. Remember to keep it in the direction that the fur is going. If you're unsure, use the contours of the face as guidelines. Just start defining this edge as well. So the trick is, it should all kind of blend together but still be apart. That's why I'm kind of going over the highlighted areas that aren't part of the shadows, but they're still kind of different to the shadow areas. Because the shadows got different depths to each other. They're not all the same. Really using the sharp points of the F pencil. We're really starting to add in a bit of detail. Here it curves around and then it goes straight like this, the fur. And here it goes in the upward direction, so very mindful of that. So the mono eraser will also help define certain areas like this. This little F pencil really packs a punch. So I'm going to take a smaller blending stump, kind of blend in the direction. Not a lot of pressure, maybe at the top here with the darker areas, but not really a lot of pressure. I'm going to add a bit more pressure down here. Now I'm going to take my mono eraser. We're going to start kind of adding fur details. highlighty thingies. I mean, this is precise, but not really that precise. Kind of just following the contours of what we put in, detailing it out a bit more. Obviously all of this is going to start to be blended in as well. Even places that you think a highlight won't be there, there usually is one. Just one that kind of peeks through, or there's a hair that's not same color as the others. There we go. I'm gonna take my 2H. I'm just gonna start working around these highlighted bits. We haven't really gone in with a really dark pencil yet, so it's still kind of soft and not really as defined as it can be. Go. Just gonna take graphite, little graphite powder. Haven't used one in a while. Actually, not gonna put anything on the brush. There's quite a bit of residue still left. There we go. Now I'm gonna take my 5B pencil, sharpen it up a bit. There we go. Just start defining this a bit more. So I'm just using short strokes with this 5B pencil. Just kind of using it to blend out certain parts. Yeah, I'm gonna go in with kind of, there's like it's a difference between the shadow here, but you can see there's a very slight highlight, but it's not really highlighted. So I just wanted to find this line, but still kind of go over it. Very odd. But it's there. So these are very soft strokes, really not trying to add too much. Just trying to allude to the fact. This is like we're adding the base layers of fur, darker areas of fur, and then the lighter fur. Contours are still visible within the fur, so we just want to keep that visible as well. So in the end stages, I'm really gonna start using more pressure. These take a lot of layers to build up. A lot of erasing and adding and using different types of pencils. Take your blending stump and just erase. If you do start getting those little defined little lines, just use a blending stump to erase them. It's not a defined edge. You just want to erase. So I'm just going to take a mono eraser, kind of add back details. Let's just clean up my mono eraser so I can actually do something. So just softly using it, I kind of go into that area as well. Very subtle differences in these shadowed areas between your highlights and your shadows. I'm really going to test your blending abilities to blend it all together. Just using circular motions for these little parts. Kind of also blends the pencil, kind of, especially when you start adding a lot of pencil on the edge. So there we go. Gonna take my F pencil again, and we're just gonna continue on. So I'm spending more time on this area because it's got more defined fur details than the areas we've been working on previously on this side of the tack. Just use the pointed edge to really maybe add one little fur line that's maybe a bit more defined than others. soft around some, because if you look at the reference, there are certain little areas that peek out more than others. You kind of just want to stay true to that as well. So I'm just kind of defining this inside edge of the shadow, but very softly. I'm not really going in with the flatter side of the pencil. I'm gonna add a little bit more pressure. Just gonna add more defined little strokes. On this side as well, I'm gonna find the pointed edge. I kind of switch between like a coloring in circular motion and between the short stubby strokes, just to kind of blend in what I was doing. Kind of add a base, you know, that it's just not a bunch of lines. It's just randomly situated on a face of a horse. There you go. Starting to do something. Just gonna define this edge. I'm gonna clean it up in the side as well, just to help. I'm just gonna go over most of the tack edge here as well, just to clean it up. I'm gonna almost start moving along to the ears, and then I think I have to start putting in tack shadows and tack details, so that we can start working on getting everything integrated. So this is just the F pencil. Just gonna take my brush and just go over. There we go. Now we're gonna move on to the ear, and then we're gonna move on to the tack, which is the fun part. I really like drawing tack, so hopefully I'll spread that happiness of drawing tack onto you. Okay, so now we are going to start drawing the ear, and there is some little main details which I'm going to add, but only here in the front. That which is behind this band here will be done along with the main area. So we're going to start with our 2H. I don't know, this might go quick, this might not go quick. We will see. Just going to sharpen up my little 2H. Quickly going to start defining these edges. See, the main, kind of have to draw it with luckily it's not long mane, so it won't be as won't take a lot of time. Hopefully it will be quick, so we won't be stuck on it for too long. So I'm just using a different method with my 2H now. I'm gonna define little contours and veiny bits of the ear first, I might just cheat and just make it a bit shorter, because in the reference it cuts off. So I'm just gonna put the point there and just call it a day. So I'm just using the flat side. Have to kind of pay attention to the reference, just to see where everything is going. There you go. So normally ears are my favorite part, especially if they're front facing and you can actually see the inside and it's a bit fluffy. Then it can become a bit more work to do it right. Luckily we only see one. There's one, the other one is kind of peeking out over here. I just didn't draw it in. I'm going to do that when I add the mane. So yeah. So just continue on blending. Kind of just use the remaining things on the stump, just in the inside of this little area here. And then also for the mane bit, just add it. The mane doesn't even go over the brow band, so shouldn't take too much effort. This mane here, let's just map it out quickly for the blending stump. See where it goes, and then there's a bit of an ear sticking out over here. Oh, it's easy, it's not really. So I'm going to take my 2H again, then we're going to even start mapping out these contours even more. Just to find this brow band edge. There we go. Because the mane comes from here, and then shoop shoop and shoop shoop. It's just a bunch of hair really. The main part of the mane kind of comes in here. These beginning stages sometimes look very blocky and odd, but that's just part of the process. I mean, the blending really helps with it in the end. I normally just blend along with it as well, using the same pencil. So these fluff are quite undefined, so blending stump, I am going to add my own details into these just to detail it out more, but that's me just going to use my imagination, and then it's nice and soft and blended right here at the top. So we are going to do that as well. like being precise about placement, but not really being that precise. Everything else, just take your blending stump, because I'm gonna go in with a darker pencil just now. Maybe first add a mono eraser a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna take my mono eraser first. Just kind of work on some of the details. This also helps map out contours. Instead of focusing on the shadows, you are now focusing on the highlights. Also, there's a bit of a change of pace. So I'm going to take mine, let's go in with my 3B pencil. Soft, 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 very soft. It's doing its own work, making it darker. Don't need to do too much to it. And we'll go in with, I think, maybe another type of edge pencil, maybe a 5H, which I haven't used in a while. Wasn't necessarily needed for these other areas. It's nice when there's a bit more contrasting lights and the light source is actually shining upon it directly. I like using the really, like the 5H, and I've even got a 7H. Could use a 4H, that would work as well. Just take a blending stump. I'm going to take my mono eraser again now. And just start defining out even more. Now I'm going to take a 5H. And I'm just going to kind of define it even more and blend it in. It doesn't have a sharp point to it. It's a very subtle difference. but it does have an effect, a very slight effect that I quite like. Kind of just grounds everything a bit more. I'm going to take my 2H. And we're just going to start detailing this out. I'm going to start playing around with this mane bit here. Just going to use the 2H to start adding a bit of fluff to the ears. And like I said, I am going to detail it out a bit more than it is in the reference, just because I can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. If you want to stick to the reference as is, I mean, that's your, just say, artistic opinion. If you feel it will suit your style better, you can do that. If you want to detail it out as well a bit more, even if you want to detail it out even more than I'm going to put in, you're more than welcome to even do that. I mean, you might think it might even need a bit more detail, which is completely fine. I mean, I want you to use these tutorials even as a reference itself, and then make up your mind from there. Use your own artistic license for certain things. You can use this as a stepping point and then kind of make your own decisions, since it is you're creating the artwork. You have to be happy with what you're doing. So just continuing to define all these little pieces. I mean, the ear is quite busy with little contours and things going on. It's a lot to look at. As long as everything connects the way it does, and you add the highlights where it should be, the ear will look like an ear. So that's the whole point. So I'm just gonna take my 2H and just kind of can't really call this a forelock. really. Just gonna add a bit of the 2H just as the base, and then I'm gonna go over top with something a bit darker as well as with my Putty Eraser, just to add a bit of depth and dimension. I mean, it looks quite flat now, but with a little bit of darker pencil we'll get there. So I'm just going to take my 5B. Actually, just before, I'm just going to blend out certain areas even more. There we go. I'm going to take my 5B. I'm going to give it a nice sharp point. I really need to go to the art shop and get more B pencils, because I love a B pencil. I mean, I like going really dark with my portraits. I mean, if you've been following me for a while on my Instagram, you would know I like a good contrast. I like a good depth, and even sometimes maybe we should do another like darker background. There's one piece that I started but I never completed, but then I'll have to restart again because I think I threw it away, of a show pony with a lot of mane and a lot of forelock, but it's got some really nice, it's a good contrast portrait. I think that will be a very good in-depth tutorial, because it's got some nice deep values and some nice very highlighted areas, got some nice tack details, and one hell of a frizzy, like, you know, like real pony mane. So I think that will be a very good little portrait, because I really like the look of it and the style of it. So then I'll show you, I might get myself some charcoal just to get a really black background, because I sometimes find I've been actually wanting to get me some charcoal sticks, or charcoal pencil, not charcoal sticks, for a while, because I want to get into dark background pieces again, but then I want to make it really like black. But I won't necessarily use them in my portraits, because then it will, I think it kind of looks out of place with the grayish tinge of the graphite. But I think that will be fun, so I might just do that as well. Take a blending stump and blend this out, because that's bothering me. So sometimes soft and out of focus little parts like this can be sometimes deceivingly tricky to get right. So you sometimes spend more time on that than the actual, what you perceive are very detailed parts. But I think getting a soft and blended look, like maybe for instance a bouquet background, something like that, I find that to be a little bit more challenging sometimes than things that are maybe more defined, has a defined edge. So yeah, that's also on a to-do list. I rarely do backgrounds, but this Patreon is also a way for me to explore more techniques than I would normally do myself. So I'm going to take a mono eraser and I'm going to start defining, adding the highlights in a bit more. Some of them are still defined, but I'm just going to add them more and more of them. Okay. Very subtle little spots that are defined, little contours. And sometimes with these small spaces, it can kind of get a bit difficult sometimes. I'm going to actually go in with something very dark. I'm going to go in with my 9B pencil over here, very softly, not too hard. I mean, the bottom layers will help it do its job without you having to put pressure on. Not being very precise with this man just yet. It's kind of short and stumpy, so I'm actually going to take the very sharp 5H kind of just in combination with this 9B pencil. Add a base to it, add a 9B, just for some stroke, like maybe a little detail for a little hair. And then we're just gonna add a little detail down here at the bottom. So, I mean, this is not complete just yet. This is very basic way to do this, man. And sometimes the most basic way to do something is the most effective way to do. Sometimes we as artists can maybe overthink area and think it's more complicated than it is, but that's not always the case. Sometimes the simplest approach is the best one. I'm going to leave that as is just for now. And I'm going to move on to other areas. So this is still my 5H with a nice sharp point. I'm going to add a bit of pressure to it. And then along with it, I'm going to use my 9B pencil. Very softly. I mean, really don't need a lot of pressure. This will just help define things out a bit more. Just taking my 5H into these highlights and just kind of using strokes, up and down strokes for it. being too detailed about it. Using long strokes. To help get rid of that defined edge. Take a small blending stump. Gonna take my mono eraser again. Ears aren't my favorite part to draw, no matter what way it's facing, so it's never been my most comfortable area to work on for some reason. Don't know why. Just has been. I mean, we all have those areas, it just doesn't seem to work that well. But you get through it in the end, you kind of work your way through your little struggle, and then it works out in the end normally. It's definitely not my favorite thing to draw. Don't think it ever has been. Take my 5H. I'm just going to blend these edges together. Putting some pressure on it. I'm going to take my 5B pencil and we're going to start just really defining more areas. Not going to use that much pressure, maybe in certain areas like here where I really want to kind of make a bottom area for this ear, just to define it more. Can also take it out for the fuzzy bits. I'm gonna take one of my edge pencils, probably the 5H, just to extend that, and as well around here for the hair that sticks out. Here it's a bit darker, so we're gonna add the darkness in. As well. Just inside the mane as well, we're gonna play around with some negative space and shadows. It's a bit light up top here, so I'm gonna take an eraser and just kind of mono erase and just add a bit more highlighted little pieces of hair there as well. So sometimes if you're struggling with an area, it will take a bit more layers just to get it right, or you'll constantly be erasing maybe a spot. That does happen to me mostly in every piece. There is a little area that just takes a bit more time, or you maybe started it wrong and you're not happy, or so sometimes it does happen. There's nothing wrong with it. Can't be smooth sailing always. I mean, there has to be something challenging about what you're doing, otherwise you don't learn. So I'm just kind of adding a bit of fuzzy bits. There are some contours in the ear, but it's not blurred, it's just very softly, it's just very soft in the reference. So softness is, I feel, a bit more difficult to convey. Soft edges takes a bit more time. So I'm going to take my 5H and I'm just going to kind of put in some fuzzy little... I normally just look kind of the direction it's going in the reference, but I don't necessarily follow it to a T, because it's hair. Hair does things. It flows in a manner. So for instance, with the longer mane, as long as it goes in the general direction, I mean, you can kind of, and the contours make sense, and you can see its hair, then you can kind of take your own artistic license with it. I normally do that. So I'm just going to take my mono eraser now. Just need to clean it up a bit more. The only thing with these small erasers, you need to clean it up quite a lot. So I'm just gonna go into my little main area here. I'm gonna actually, so that I have more control, just put it back in more. And we're just going to take out little strands of hair, and then we'll go in and define it more with a B pencil, not necessarily the B pencil, but a B pencil. Just gonna lighten up this a bit more, and then just add some highlights here. So this back and forth really helps just with the softness, and maybe taking away some of the areas that you maybe made a bit too dark, or connected a line that doesn't need to be connected. Okay, so I'm going to take my 3B pencil. I'm going to quickly go sharpen it up nicely, give it a nice point. I'm going into this main and just define out what we highlighted. There we go. I think that's about good enough. Just add some little texture lines there. I'm just going to take the 3B pencil and just kind of use that to add some texture there as well. There we go. I'm just going to kind of go over the highlights with the 3B pencil as well, just to kind of blend them in more. Here I'm just kind of making these like half circles just for a bit of fur texture here as well. It's not really there, kind of just putting it in. There we go. Take your 5H pencil, just gonna do that, and then I'm just going to clean up around with my Putty Eraser. And I'm just going to add some to the top here as well. And this is just my 5H pencil, just using here. Just softly take this up too far. So now I'm paying attention to negative space. So it's quite close here. And then it just kind of comes down like this. It's very out of focus. I didn't put it in because I probably didn't notice it. So I'm just going to leave it like that with a 5/8 for now. I'm going to take my F pencil actually. Just gonna it's not very detailed out, it's not going on. So I'm just gonna kind of flick it out. I'm gonna use a 5/8 as well for maybe the softer bits. I'm going to use a darker pencil as well. This middle little over and forth I'm going to put in last, once I've got this main done as well. I'm going to take a B pencil and sharpen it up more. Because you really want to fine point when you're doing these types of work. Kind of just to detail it out here. Edge pencil. Going to take my 5B. Just to add a little bit of structure. Maybe you show a bit of a denser strand. There is one here that's a bit darker. It continues up to here. So it's not always just one pencil when doing these little strand things. I'm just going to change up the direction of a few of them to make it seem more organic. Maybe add a few darker spots. go. Something darker down here. That's it. I'm going to take my Putty Eraser. Kind of very slightly, very slightly, just maybe like just rubbed a few, and then I'm gonna go back in, kind of work with it a bit more. I'm gonna take my 5B, I'm gonna sharpen it up to a finer point. Just add there we go. I think that's good for now. And now we're going to move on to the tack. The fun bit, which I quite like. So, tack usually same principle, but I sometimes approach it a bit differently. Okay, so I'm just going to clean up a bit here. Gonna add in my lines. There you go. Just going to take that sharp 5B we just used. I'm just going to kind of use it to define the edge a bit more. And we're going to take the 5B and just add this dark edge on this band. Take my 2H, just blend that in. Kind of define that edge even more. Just blend that in. Take a mono eraser. just define a little edge there, and this one as well over here. So certain parts of leather are more flat, not as highly detailed or contrasted, but that just depends on how the light hits it. Put on the detail on the other side of that line. So here it can be a little bit harsh more sometimes. You do need to be a bit more precise. You can put in more defined lines, or especially when it comes to like stitching or things like that. Sometimes it's very subtle highlights, or a very subtle line that maybe runs through. So for instance, up here, there's like these little highlighted bits. It's not really highlighted, it's more just a variation in the color of the tack of the leather there itself. I'm going to take my 5H. Define this bottom edge a bit more. Now I'm going to take my 5B and just lightly go over this edge. Very subtle, but it does make a difference. Take a blending stump and just blend that out. Leather is supposed to have a softer look. Sometimes take your F pencil and we're just going to add there just a soft little shadow. There we go. Sometimes the highlight is very slight and very small, so just be aware of that as well. There we go. This is just my 5B pencil, just adding in a touch more definition. You can slightly still see it at the top there, so I'm just slightly alluding to it. I'm going to move down. Remember, we're still going to put final details right in the end. This is just my 5B pencil. So here's a bit more ridges and bumps and things, so I'm just gonna mark it out with my 5B. My eyes sometimes get confused, so this normally takes a bit longer for me just to figure out what I'm looking at. And also the spacing can sometimes be a bit off. Here we go, I think that's got it. Remember, this is that same piece going down, so just make sure that this line connects with that line. Still my 5B. I'm actually going to extend this down. There you go. Just blend that out there at the top. So with leather, I normally use a different approach. I usually go in with, as you can see, with my B pencils. Not afraid to. It just gives a different effect. Then going in with an H pencil first. I will then blend the B pencil with the H pencil instead. So I'm just going to take my 2H and just kind of blend this out. And it just gives a different effect. It gives a different base layer that we're working off of. It just starts out a bit darker. As you can see here, it quite highlights it, so I'm not going to go in with my B pencil there, as there's quite highlighted area. And here contrast is very important because leather goes really dark and really highlighted. I'm just going to take my 5B pencil. Right here. And just pay attention to all the little ridges and the highlights to that ridges. I mean, I normally take a couple of times before I get it bang on right. So that's why the mono eraser is very helpful. I just erase if I went too far. Take my 2H and I'm just going to blend that out. I'm not going to go over where I didn't put any pencil down. I'm just literally just going over where I put down my 5B. down here as well. 5B pencil again. There are stitching details as well on this brow band, which we will add in the end. We are now just focusing on the base. Take your 2H and just blend that out. There we go. Now I'm going to take a blending stump and I'm just going to go over the whole thing. There we go. It's got the base down, basics are down. Now I'm going to take my F pencil. Oh, I think I should need to empty this. So I'm just going to take my F pencil and we're going to continue working on this. Just going to take a 9B quickly and just define that little corner there. Actually, I'm going to sharpen that up and I'm going to define that bottom shadow as well, and some of this one as well. Sometimes defining a shadow really helps bring it all together. So I'm going to do the same down here. So that's why it helps once you start doing the tack, as you can start defining the areas underneath it as well, even more, and then you can see, should I go darker, should I go lighter? There we go. Just gonna darken this up even more. There we go. Continuing with my F pencil. So there is some subtleties in leather and tack and everything, and we just want to be mindful of it and not just make everything black or our highlights. And there is some wrinkles in the tack and the leather right here, so we're also going to just start alluding to them as well. I'm going to take my mono eraser we're just gonna start putting in some of the highlights. And just start defining everything around the highlights as well, and that will define our darker edges. It's so satisfying for me to draw tack and leather. I really like it. You just take your 4H again. Ugh, not 4H. F pencil. My English is really leaving me at the moment. Clearly had a long week. That's a highlighted edge right there, so I'm just going to take my mono eraser and just clean it up. There we go. F pencil. I almost said 4H again. Really. Maybe I should use my 4H pencil. I think I have one lying around here somewhere. Most likely. Let me see. Yeah, here it is. Mono eraser, just go in here. Remove some of that. There we go. Blending stump. That's it. F pencil. So you can already see the real difference in starting out with a B pencil as your layer and your 2H or H pencil as a layer. It just tends to be darker, or it just tends to give a bit more depth. The 2H really lends, the H pencil layers really lends to a more softer look, not as harsh, or it's not dark immediately. Like if there's, I could have easily gone in these shadows in a B pencil range first as the base, but it just gives a different look to it. It also blends differently. It all depends on what you're doing. Just gonna blend this bottom part here and there in the middle as well. Top. Mono eraser. Just erase that a bit. And then we're coming in and then erasing here as well. So the mono eraser really helps just to define the edge more. I'm gonna take my 5B pencil. I'm going to start working on bottom area. Clearly define that so that there's like a, your eye thinks it's a different layer. Define this bottom layer even more, bottom line. There we go. Just kind of blend into this highlight. There we go. Mono eraser and just take off that a little bit. So with leather, it's really important that it's usually not the whole thing that's highlighted. It's usually just the top end of the curve that's the lights is hitting, so that's also kind of need to play off of the highlights. Something to be in mind of, it's not just one straight line. It's like blend into a highlighted area. Usually for really highlighted bits, I'd go right in the end with a jelly roll, a white gel pen. I normally use just the Sakura jelly rolls. They work quite well. And I can just blend over top of it with a blending stump just to kind of make it look part of the thing and not just this weird little white dot or spot. Now, you don't need to add something like that. You don't want to. You can just use an eraser. But if you need something that's a bit more, got a bit more oomph to it. Oh dear. Now these little stitch marks over here, I'm going to erase this part that I put in kind of a bit, because just so that I have more space kind of to add them. So there is a line there, it's just it's got stitching. Usually when it's this small it's a bit difficult, so I'm actually going to erase it even more. I'm going to take an F pencil that has a really sharp point. I'm just kind of going to going to be very difficult to see because you kind of need to blend underneath here as well for the stitching idea to work. So this is going to be me trying to figure out the best way to do it. You can figure it out along with me. I'm going to take my putty eraser because I don't want to completely leave it out because it is fairly visible on the reference. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to blend here as well. I'm going to add kind of a line, soft line, and then keep like this white little stripe very slightly. And what I'm going to do is going to make like these little half circles with my F pencil. And you can kind of, it's not as visible. I might just use a gel pen for this as well because it's not really doing what I want it to do. Detail work on a small area is not nice. It's not easy, to say the least. Might just make these little stripes, these little lines here, that might work a bit better. It's a process of trial and error sometimes, really. to get it to look the way you want it to. So I'm just making like these little half upside down check marks. Then I'm going to go in with my 5B pencil right at the top and just kind of define them. Yeah, this is giving me the look I want. And took a bit of trial and error, and then it kind of just gives me that bottom edge I want. So I'm just going to define that as well. I'm going to take a 5H pencil and then just blend out here. Kind of just blend into these little check marks. I'm going to go in with a white gel pencil just to kind of give it a bit more punch. And it kind of, these little extends over to here, the stitching. So I'm just gonna add it in there as well. And there's stitching at the top here, but not as intense as there. So to make it work, so you usually just make a little shadow and then a highlight right next to it, and then Bob's your uncle, you've got stitching, or the idea of stitching. Sometimes it's just little marks you make, and then you put a highlight next to it, and then there you go, you have stitching. Take my mono eraser, and we're just going to add more highlights. Go in here as well with the wrinkles. Here. Go. Take my 5H and just blend at the top. So this, as you can see, does take sometimes a bit of work, especially when it's more detailed, just to get the leather look. But I quite enjoy the process. I mean, I can work on leather for a really long time. It's one of my favorite bits to do. So just leaving that highlighted, but blending it in here. Here's also a bit of, I'm just gonna add little dots for the stitching down here. These like little stripes, and just kind of blend around them with the 5H. There we go. Kind of blend this in here. Blending is also very important in leather. Just to get that feel, I actually need to change out my mono eraser's little tip. All brand new. Now I've got a new little tip on my mono eraser. Starts out flat and round, so we're gonna use it to our advantage. And just detail. Add some highlights. And it just works perfectly. My 5H and just blend that out. or just blend it in here. There we go. Now we move on to the next bit. So everything is going to get completed. So I'm going to take my 5B pencil and we're just going to start working on the next parts. And I actually take my Putty Eraser. Just move this up. Protect it from my hands. Go. 5B. I'm actually going to start down here. So start there. There's right down here at the bottom. Now I'm going to first start cleaning up. Before I start shading in. Like I do with most of my areas. That needs to be a bit more in the middle. That's it. Just defining edges, putting in some stuff. Might have missed. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Where'd you go? So with the holes, I'm not very precise. Normally I'm just gonna put them in. I'm gonna continue taking my 5B pencil, and we're just gonna work on the tack. Just define this one here as well. So there's some very defined highlights on the edge, defined highlights on this edge, defined highlights on this edge. So got some stuff to do. Just gonna take my mono eraser, just erase out a little piece here for the loop that wraps around. Sometimes miss that when it kind of blends in to surrounding areas. There we go. So I'm not going to play around with the metal just yet. Just adding the darker parts. Just going to add in this highlighted edge. Then just going to play on this dark edge. Just going to add it on. So the loops always have a defined structure. They're always generally the same. They'll have a little dark edge. They'll have their two straight little defined little stitching edges, and then they'll have a highlight either on the side, in the middle, or right next to the shadowed edge, depending on where the light source is coming from. So yeah, they're quite simple little things to draw. Maybe this one is a bit too thick, little bit too big for my liking. So we're just gonna, there we go, that's more the size I want. This is quite a rounded buckle, so we're going to keep it that way as well, nice and round. It's a defined little highlight over here, not defined, but it's there. I usually just add a little highlight near the loops. That just makes it easier. I'm gonna take my 5H pencil. And kind of just go over the areas where I did add, because I don't want to use the 5H over the whole leather. I kind of take away that punch. There we go. Take the F pencil. Start defining things. So anything in a shadow is obviously going to be a lot difficult to define it, but your highlights will really help to define what's going on the inside. Taking my mono eraser and just cleaning up this edge. F pencil again. Don't be afraid to really use your darks in drawing out leather. It's all about the contrast, and you need really darks and really lights for a good contrast. So the highlight is right over here, and there's this little shadow edge there. I will also be doing a focus tutorial on tack, so you really be able to blow it up, really get rust in there. Might even take my own pictures for that, since I have some tack lying around. I'll just have to clean it up a bit so that you can get a nice good contrast. Oil it up, get a nice look on some oiled clean leather tack. Got a nice lunging cavesson that I might use for that. So I'm just going to take my mono eraser, start working on the little details in this one. It's so small, it's so minute, it's going to be very difficult to just get it right. So I'm going to allude to the details of it. This needs to extend more into the leather. So I'll just erase it out a bit down more. There we go. Now for metal, same thing as leather. If it's not clean, it gets a bit muddy and dirty. But it's brass, so it doesn't have that bright highlights, but I'm gonna kind of give it some bright highlights to have it stand out from the surrounding stuff. Just to give it a bit of definition. I highly recommend doing things like that in a drawing, especially if you've got tiny little details, is to maybe lighten up one thing and darken another, just so that you can see the difference of it, especially in smaller pieces. When it gets quite small, you don't want it to get lost, but you also don't want it to be that big of a difference that it's like instantly noticeable and doesn't quite blend in with the other drawings. So definitely play around with the values of certain things, maybe make it lighter or darker, give it a more defined highlight, which you know it will have. It might just be a bit dirty or not as clean. So, well, that's the exact same thing I said as being dirty, but anyway. So that also helps just to maybe discern between certain areas, maybe give it a more defined edge, maybe make the shadow a bit darker. Going my 5B. So I sometimes use that little trick, if it's small details right on top of each other, is to just maybe define one a bit more, or add. I'm using this lead on this, so I'm actually going to go down to a 4B. You can continue using a 5B. Mine is just not. With these B pencils, leads sometimes do strange things, especially if they fall and then they maybe break sometimes. think it broke because it's sinking into the pencil wood while I'm drawing. So I'm just going to take my 4B with a sharp point. I'm just gonna define this bottom of this metal just so that it stands out, and I'm gonna leave certain areas of the metal more highlighted, just so that we have some contrast and can tell the difference between certain areas. So yeah, that's just my reasoning sometimes behind why I go darker, and it just gives you room to play with. I mean, there we go. I mean, if you know how something works, what happens when light falls on it, I mean, you're more than welcome to just go for it and just make it darker or lighter or bump up the contrast. I'm going to take my 2H and once you get the hang of leather, I know some people don't like drawing with tack, but once you get the hang of it and you understand kind of how it works when it interacts with light, it's really fun to draw. And I'm moving through it quite quickly because we are leaving, as I said, final details for the end. And that will be the same for the leather, because I don't want to put in my really highlighted areas and my really dark areas just yet. I might for certain areas, but I don't want to I want to leave it till the end, you know. With 4B, just continuing on with it. I'm just going to take my 2H and fill in this middle part. I'm going to go over the dots and then just take my mono eraser and add highlights. So this is actually part of the leather, so I'm just going to add that as part of the leather and blend it in. Just so that we have more to play with. Take your blending stump. I'm just going to blend over all of this. So when I go back in later, when adding more details, just do it now. Just gonna darken this up a bit. There we go. Then we kind of integrate all the shadows and the lights and everything. Taking my mono eraser. Now, there's like a line on the inside, a line on the inside over here, and just underneath the holes. On like the left hand side there's this little half moon circle. On this one it's right at the bottom where the highlight is. So we're just going in, taking my F pencil. Just actually going to thin this out a bit more. There we go. Giving myself more space to work with. Okay. Just taking my F pencil and just blending that in. There you go. So I'm continuously adjusting and working with what I've got. Just gonna open this up more here at the bottom as well. Cleaning up this because there's a nice defined highlight going around the loop. So as you can see, no trouble, no difficulty to erase, add highlights, take away darker areas. So I'm not really going in with super hard pressure. And that just helps with the overall picture. Of it all. Just darkening this out a bit. Okay. This is just my F pencil. Just working around. With the tack, I will be jumping around a little bit. It's just sometimes easier because it's all connected. You kind of want it to stay the same. Just gonna define that edge a bit more. Maybe take my 4B. There we go. And I'm just going to, so I will be doing this around the tack as we draw it in. Adding maybe darker shadows. As we go along, but that's completely normal. Just integrating everything into it all. Opening up that more, the shadow made it look like it was coming in. I'm actually just going to take a blending stump and blend that down so that the same thing doesn't keep happening. I'm going to take my 4B pencil, darken up these spots. a little shadow edge underneath there. So there's a lot of detail in the leather, wrinkles and little marks, but since we're working on a smaller scale, it's not always possible to add that. If this was much larger, we'd really be able to go in and really add those details. So I'm just going to darken up the shadow with my 4B pencil. There we go. And I'm actually going to take my 9B, give it a nice sharp point. Just going to, there's this little edge, just to find that. Also here. And I'm going to, there's a little highlight. See, I noticed things that I didn't notice before. It's a highlight that goes down here from the loop. There we go. That just shows it goes around. So I'm actually taking off quite a bit here now. There we go. Not happy yet with that, so I'm just going to take off a right nice circle. Give it more of a, like a square off. Give it a nice corner. There we go. And that's dark. So this is just my 4B pencil. There's one at the top there as well, but not as defined, but it goes around that little corner. Just going to add that in as well. I'm actually going to take my F pencil. Just so if I was to come back to this drawing after a few days, those will be the type of things that I notice. Go. So I'm just going to finish up these two straps and the metal, and then we'll continue on with that for the next tutorial. So I don't want to do it too long because it can sometimes get quite tedious. And so this is just an F pencil. Take my mono eraser, just erase this edge without add too much. I'm going to take my 5H. The smaller the pencil gets, the harder it's to grip. This is my F pencil. Mono eraser, just put in a nice line in there for that highlight. Pretty simple. So this is just basic base. This is just a starting point for the leather. There's a lot of detailing that can be done, but I usually like to add that, like I've said plenty of times, probably sound like a broken record by now. When everything is filled in and I start adding final details, where do I need to add more, where do I need to add less. All those things. 4B pencil. Actually gonna darken this up a bit more in this corner. And just darken up that little corner as well. 5H. Mono eraser. F pencil. We're just working our way around. I mean, for the leather, I'll definitely use a white pen in some areas. F pencil, just to help with some of the highlights and really define certain shapes in the leather. Just using my F pencil for this. So there is some stitching here. I'm actually going to use my 4B for this. Just taking my 4B pencil. This is like a whole shadow over here, this little area. So I'm not going to detail it out too much. There is a slight highlight, which I'm going to leave in. Just for some difference. Now, there's some nice little, just pay attention to all the ridges that shows the bend in the leather. So here it's got the darker ridge, and then it's got a highlight, and then obviously the very discernible highlight on the edge. So I'm just going to put in the darker one. It's quite light in the center of this little, define it there. See, I'm making it darker. Define it there, and actually just put in a highlight in this one. Little loop. There you go. Just take my F pencil and just finish it out. There you go. So it's all just a bunch of grey, and the grey can sometimes be difficult to show a difference in graphite pencil, since it's just a bunch of grey, really, essentially. So it can sometimes be a bit tricky, but can work around it. So I'm just putting in the highlights of the stitching, not putting in the actual stitching just yet. We're going to use kind of the same approach as the top here, but I am also going to use a white gel pen right at the end. So that is the plan. Just take a blending stump, blend this in, taking my mono eraser. We are just going to, this is actually a smaller highlight down here. There we go. And then there's the highlighty bit. I'm just going to add in like a streak here. Actually, it goes all the way. So the bottom of the stitching is a highlight that runs up against the line. So we're just going to put that in. On this side, it's just this one highlight, and then obviously the discernible little line. Not the same on both sides. We're just gonna continue on with that. So there's just the basic idea. So I am making it more visible, more like in your face. There's highlights. We will subtle it out the farther along we get, but just for now it's just easier to kind of have it like in your face highlight. There's a ridge, there's the leather. So I'm going to take my 4B and we are going to add, let me just have a little, these upside down little check marks over that inside highlight. Not going to look too wonderful, but it's the idea that counts. We're just alluding to the fact that it's there, and then I'm just going to do that and give it a darker one on the bottom. And then this side is just darker dots. It's got some highlights, but we'll add to that later. There we go. So the smaller the detail gets, the harder it is for you to actually to put it in. So you just gotta kind of just make it up. It's just a bunch of shapes and things that's going to help you to kind of pretend it's there, trick the viewer's eye into thinking that there's stitching, but the actual fact you just put in a dark line next to a light little dot, and then Bob's your uncle. You have stitching. So sometimes it's all about tricking your eye. If it tricks your eye, it will trick the viewer's eye. So if it looks like stitching to you from far away, then you've done your job, really. 4B, just gonna darken up this bottom part here. I'm not going to play around with it anymore. I don't want this tutorial to be too long. So I'm just going to put in slight bits of the metal, not a lot. This is my 4B. So you can see I'm going in quite dark with it. You mustn't always let your brain just tell you, oh, it's metal, it has to be light and shiny. No, no, no. You have to learn yourself to draw what you see, not what you think you see. So that's sometimes the trick. It's just to forget about all the rules and just go with your guts. Draw what you see. So yeah, just define this more, and that's quite simple really. Just gonna give it a blend. Take my mono eraser. Give it an edge. Probably help if I clean my mono eraser. There we go. I'm gonna take F pencil, just really define that bottom side. Maybe add. There we go. Define that edge as well. So metal in actual fact is actually quite simple. Just the same as leather. Just make sure you've got your contrast. If there's a dark line, you put in the dark line. If there's a bright highlight, you put in bright highlights. It's just sometimes your brain, or you think you have to do something, but in actual fact, you don't. Take my 4B, just to find that bottom. And define that edge. So yeah, I mean, I can't teach you to see something or to see it as it is. That's just something with practice that comes along, really. But that's about it. So actually I'm going to cap it off here. Yeah, I am, because my brain's getting tired and I want this tutorial up, and it takes ages to edit and upload. So yeah, so here's the whole little drawing. Okay, so we started bottom of the drawer and everything. Just main takeaway is get your base layers in, get like 60-70% there with these layers. That's kind of my idea with it, because really I don't want to be finishing off something and then when I get to somewhere else I'm like, oh no, this is not, I don't like the way it looks with this thing I'm currently drawing, or it's too dark, it's too light, it's just not working. So the basic gist is just put in your base layers and then start eluding, putting in some finer details. So yeah, we'll continue on with the rest of the tack, and then in the next part, along with the rest of the tack, we'll start tackling this big, very big empty space to our left, which is the neck, which is going to take some, it's going to take some time. Hopefully it goes by quick. Sometimes with these big areas, it either goes by really quickly and really easily and you get it done, you get in, you get out, but sometimes it just is a pain Luckily this neck has quite a few bit of details. There's some really nice fur details in this neck, really nice highlights, shadows, some nice shine on the shoulder. So there's actually something to look at, so it won't be that bad. You'll have something every step of the way to do. It's just to get the base layers in and kind of find your feet in that area. So that's the plan for next time. So next time I'll try and make it a bit longer than it was now. Maybe push the limit there. But I don't want to make a tutorial or a part that's longer than 6 hours. I think it's just a bit too long, but maybe we'll have to make it that long. But yeah, I hope you enjoy this part of the tutorial, and I'll see you for the next one.